We had some important things that we did in executive session. With that said, Mary, I'm on top of it today. Please rise so that we can pledge allegiance. On the count of three, 1, 2, 3, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Well, we are back and we are ready for a new school year, and we are excited. I want to thank each and every one of you for coming here. Dr. Revere, would you please do us the honor of our land acknowledgement clause, please?
Hello. Okay. I'd be very happy to. The Buffalo City School District respectfully acknowledges the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, on whose ancestral territory our schools were built. We honor and pay tribute to the indigenous ancestors of the land we use. We acknowledge the historic, intergenerational traumas they have endured and offer hope and opportunities for healing and reconciliation as we go forward together. One key Haudenosaunee principle is to live in peace and harmony with each other and the natural world. All life should be respected and cared for because what happens to one living thing affects all living things. We are grateful for the abundant natural resources in this land of the Haudenosaunee people and for all who work to protect these resources. We acknowledge the Haudenosaunee people as the past, present, and future caretakers of this land and water, and we are grateful for the opportunity to live, work, and educate our children on this ancestral land.
Thank you. Ashe, as they would say in Ghana. Thank you. Okay. We have today, our next agenda item is oath of office. Raihan Rashid, President of the Inter-High Student Council, Honorable Judge Samuel Davis has graced us today, his presence, and we thank him so much for taking time out of his busy schedule. Thank you.
And good evening, everyone. Is this microphone on?
Good evening. Wait a minute. He needs help.
Oh, it's on. It's on.
Hold on. Hold on. Staff will get to you, Judge.
We can share a microphone.
Okay, you can share Mike.
All right. All right. So, prepared to take your oath?
Yes, I am.
Prepared to represent the students?
Yes, I am.
Okay. All right. But repeat after me. I, Raihan Rashid,
I, Raihan Rashid,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the State of New York
that I will support the Constitution of the State of New York
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties of the office
of student representative
of Students Representative
of the Buffalo Board of Education
of the Buffalo Board of Education
of the City of Buffalo,
of the City of Buffalo,
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Okay. Congratulations.
Thank you. So, thank you. So, Judge Samuel Davis, since we don't often have you, the privilege of having you here, and we have listening audience from all over Western New York, would you please say something to our young people on behalf of this moment? And we're going to eventually let our student representatives speak, but I just think that it's important that we have you here and the role that you play, that we take this opportunity to speak to you, hear you speak to our children, our young people.
Well, thank you for that, Madam President. Didn't expect it, but thank you. Well, once again, I want to celebrate Raihan's achievement here, and I think it's vital that the student voice is heard. We all bring our life experiences to bear when it comes to education. And I think we need to hear from the youth because As we all know, learning styles change, lifestyles change, culture changes, and we need to hear from the students so that that cultural buy-in is there. Because if they don't really know that we care and we don't know how they listen, then we can't teach them. But I'm preaching to the choir here. But I just want Rayhan to know, and the students, our students to know that we're actively trying to be better. In terms of understanding you, we desperately want to give you all the information that we have. That's the race, to get everything out of our minds and into yours before we leave this earth so we can leave it better. We're trusting you, and we're trusting that you, Rayhan, will be a voice for your peers. You're here to be their voice. They may pull you over in the hallway and express something to you, and it's your job to come here and be heard. So repeat after me, say respectfully. Say respectfully. Respectfully. And then every time you get ready to say something that you think you might be scared to say in this room, say respectfully, and then you say it, okay?
Respectfully. Good wisdom, good advice. Thank you, Judge. Thank you. I'd like to also share that the judge this summer and in the past has done tours in our buildings and have spoken life into our young people. Looking forward to working with him this year on doing some things, and the board will also be working with him after we respectfully get his knowledge. Thank you. I would also like this opportunity for the principal at MST, Honorable Danelle Womack, to come forward and also speak to this young man. And if you, after that, would like to say something, I will turn over the mic for you to say so.
I'm just going to say really quickly, Rayhan, we are so proud of you. Your school family, your family, we are so proud of you. You have done a wonderful job in your 4 years at MST, and the way you lead inside the classroom and outside of the classroom, I know you're going to do a wonderful job representing the students of Buffalo Public Schools. So congratulations again, and just continue to make us proud. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, Principal, can you also share who else came to support this young man today?
Absolutely. I will go in order. His family, of course, his mother, his little brother, his older sister and younger sister. We have several of Rayhan's teachers, if they would just wave their hand. Mr. Farrell.
What are the teachers' names?
Mr. Farrell, Mrs. Marlowe, Mrs. Zeiss, Mr. Carr, Mrs. Ortolano, Mrs. Torres.
Okay.
They are all here in support of Rayhan.
I think there's some students here also, aren't they? No? Those two students there? No? Or the teachers looking that young? Okay.
We have a very young, beautiful staff.
Okay, so I think we would be remiss if we don't take a picture at this point. Okay, board? So let's do that. Who that? Oh, Ms. Sanders from Inner High is here? Okay, okay.
Actually, Madam President, I want to give flowers when they're due. Mrs. Sanders, who has spearheaded Inner High Council. She has worked for years, and we are very thankful for her and all that she does. And also, Perrette Walker is here. She is leading our WAZED program. Rayhan is an active member of WAZED, and Mr. Farrow is his teacher. So I would be remiss not to acknowledge those two queens and give them their flowers. Thank you. You too. Thank you.
Okay, we would be remiss not to have Andrea Saunders, who's the Director of Student Support, to come forward. I didn't even see her sitting back there. I did. I thought she was one of those students, I'm telling you.
Good evening, everyone. Just want to congratulate Rayhan. I'm glad he is our student representative. I know he's going to do an amazing job. He's already hit the ground running. So congratulations, and we're looking forward to a great school year.
Okay, so let's have a family picture. How's that? Thank you. You guys can come up, please. Yes, good. You're not gonna get in their picture? We're gonna get one just with the board.
You said member of the board. Superintendent is a member of the board. Member of the board, say.
Come on, board member, this is just one for his and then he takes a picture. Okay, let's balance it off, y'all. Come on, this is a board picture.
Superintendent is a member of the board.
Recorder coordinator? Okay.
Ready? 3, 2, 1. Three, two, one. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. All right, ready for business? Well, we'll let him say his little two bits too. But we had to get that picture here, 'cause I'm holding up the judge. Sure does, I do too. So you can do it now or you can do it later. But don't forget that you still have a report. All right. So we're going to hear from our newest board member. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Rehan Rashid, and I'm truly honored to stand before you as the president of Inner High Student Council. I am a senior at MST High School. I would like to introduce myself a little. I'm from Brooklyn, New York, and I moved to Buffalo back in 2018. As a Buffalo Public School student, I have taken many AP and college level classes to challenge myself. I've been the vice president of student government for the last 2 terms and am the current interim president of student government at MST. I'm also a proud member of the National Honor Society. In my spare time, I work part-time at CVS Pharmacy. I love traveling with my families to different parts of US, and I have a cat named Leo. My goal as the president of Inner High Student Council is to represent the Buffalo Public Schools students to the best of my ability. I promise to listen to my peers and make sure their voices are heard. I want to create a safe space where they feel comfortable sharing their ideas or concerns, whether it be about improving events, communications, or any issues we might face. We will work together as a team and make sure student body is our priority. I want to thank my family, friends, teachers, and all the staff of MST and everybody attending this meeting for being here in my big day. Thank you so much. And I want to end this speech with a very important slogan. Whatever you do, let it be done well. Thank you for your time.
Is that a drop the mic moment? We won't drop our mic. That's awesome. I'm telling you, our children are fantastic. Absolutely, absolutely. Order of business. Prior to the meeting starting, the board had an executive session to discuss matters related to employment history, evaluation and potential discipline and/or dismissal of specific district employees. We also discussed matters that would impel the public safety if disclosed. And third, for the purpose of receiving legal advice. No official action was taken during that session. So without further ado, I turn it over to our honorable leader, Dr. Williams Knight.
Well, I feel very, very inspired after hearing you share a little bit about yourself with us, Rehan. I've met you at MST, and I've always been very, very impressed with you. I don't know where you have spare time to do some of the things you talked about, but, you know, I am excited that you are a part of this board. And I want to, you know, just say to this board that you got ahead of others in the state. The commissioner recently set a regulation in place that, you know, requires all school districts to have a student representative on their board, and Buffalo Public Schools and this board has been ahead of the curve in that area. So you should feel really good and give yourselves a little bit of a pat on the back. You don't often get it, but give yourselves a little pat on the back, because we've always had some strong student representatives on our board. So I'm looking forward to working with you. It's a time for board recognitions, and I'd like to call up our Director of the Cultural and Linguistically Responsive Initiatives Department, Daphne Bell. She's no stranger to the board, to, I'm sure, the staff at MST, as well as to any listeners and her colleagues. She does fantastic work in that department and ensuring that equity and equality and inclusiveness and all of those things happen. And right now we are upon a really important nationally recognized month, and it is the month of Hispanic Heritage. So she's just going to share with us some brief remarks and a brief presentation about what we're doing this month. Ms. Bell?
Thank you so much. Honorable Superintendent Williams Knight, honorable board members, and our new student representative, Rehan, you are a tough act to follow, let me tell you. So as our honorable superintendent said, my name is Daphne Bell. I am the director in the Office of Culturally and Linguistically Responsive Initiatives, newly merged with the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, and I'm here to talk about what is happening this month for National Hispanic Heritage Month. Not working. Here we go. We begin every presentation with the superintendent's vision, moving to the next level. As this is our board meeting in September, I would be remiss to not talk about how we have moved. Our superintendent shared with us at our all administrator meeting that we are able to not only meet but exceed our goals in reading and in mathematics, and we're so proud as a district in moving to the next level. Part of what we're doing in National Hispanic Heritage Month is focusing on that every child's civil right for an equal opportunity education. So that includes our children of Hispanic descent and all children. So Hispanic Heritage Month is celebrated annually from September 15th through October 15th. It's a nationally recognized month honoring and celebrating the heritage, history, and legacy of Hispanic and Latinx Americans in the United States. The background of the month is this, as it is presented now, is that it incorporates all of the contributions from those ancestors originated in Central and South America, Mexico, the Caribbean, and Spain. In 1968 was the beginning, a one-week celebration that was initiated under President Lyndon Johnson. 20 years later, in 1988, President Reagan enacted the law to expand Hispanic Heritage Month to a full month. It has been celebrated annually since then, with September 15th being a significant date, which is the anniversary of independence for 5 Latin American countries: Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua. Oh, go back. Oh. Just one. This is fine. This month, our office has sent out district-wide a packet, which is our new diversity celebration series, with one lesson or activity for every grade level from kindergarten through 12th grade that uplifts the cultural identity of those students in the Latinx and Hispanic community. This packet has stories and songs and lessons, and we encourage all schools to participate in every grade level with these lessons. In the Buffalo Public Schools, 21% of our student population identifies as Latinx, and 5 of our elementary schools offer bilingual or duolingual programs. Although this is 1 month, September 15th to October 15th, it's important for all of us to realize and recognize that we should be celebrating the beauty and the culture of our students every day, every weekend, 365 days a year, because as educators, we want our kids to feel like they're seen in the classroom. We want our kids to feel like they're a part of their learning community. So although we have these months and we celebrate and uplift students during these nationally identified months, every year we have within the emancipation curriculum over 300 lessons that uplift the beauty of all of our kids that we encourage our students and teachers to utilize throughout the year. The pictures that you see up there are, the 2 sides are from when we took the students to Puerto Rico, our Story Project students, and they were able to take pictures in the El Yunque rainforest, and then there's a family that took a picture celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month in the center. So I want to give a shout out to our Guardians of Equity. Every single school has one individual that focuses on the culturally and linguistically responsive initiatives within that school. So when I found out I was doing this presentation, I shot an email out to our guardians and said, let me know what's going on in your schools to celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month. And I got back a flood of emails because every school is doing something to celebrate this month. This is just a short highlight. There's whole school collective learning. So this is a highlight on School 48, which has a shared lesson for all students featuring Latinx culture and history. There are school-wide celebrations. A couple examples are School 3 is doing a connection to the theme, Pioneers of Change, a large celebration of Hispanic Heritage Month. School 42 is doing a Taste of Puerto Rico, so they're inviting families in the community in to have different foods. Home connection projects, so there are projects where students can go home, learn about their culture, learn from their families, bring that back to the classroom and share with their peers. There's celebration of local connections with murals and local artists in the Hispanic Heritage District. There's 2 schools doing a door decorating contest for this month, which is including the incorporation of scavenger hunts to infuse in movement-based learning activity. There's community partnerships. For example, Shays is bringing a bilingual rendition of Shakespeare to School 207 Lafayette. Many, many schools have morning announcements highlighting Latinx facts, important dates, people in history, famous people, and inspirational quotes happening every single day during this momentous month. And then finally, artistic expression. This is just one example. From School 61, they're learning about and creating the Sacred Heart of Mexico with connection to their character building. I just want to highlight that this is only a short and small sample of the celebration going on throughout the district. Many of our buildings, our classrooms, from pre-K all the way up until 12th grade, are celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month. One more. Yeah, let's clap it up. That's great. Another thing that I learned after this presentation that was put together is that our multilingual department is doing actual lessons in units within their HLA periods, and they are teaching the kids their own history in depth throughout the month with different lessons every day, and that's really exciting. So shout out to the multilingual department. And finally, our office, the Office of CLRI/DEI, is doing our annual Hispanic Heritage Artistic Expression Contest. This is happening right now. Submissions are due by September 30th. We partner annually with the Hispanic Heritage Council, and our kids from kindergarten all the way through 12th grade are invited to share submissions that align to our theme. Our theme this year is Pioneers of Change, Shaping the Future Together, honoring the spirit of innovation, resilience, and unity that defines the Latinx experience. And we've already gotten some really great submissions, and we're looking for more. The winners, first, second, and third place, will be presented at the October board meeting with Casimiro, the president of the Hispanic Heritage Council. So I want to leave you with a thought. With our theme, Pioneers of Change, Shaping the Future Together, that is what we do as educators. We collectively are pioneers of change. So I want you to reflect, whether you are a community member, a parent, an educator, a board member, a student, how are you a pioneer of change and shaping the future to honor the greatness of our Latinx students? And that's all. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, Director Bell. You always do such a nice job sharing all that we do. Our secret sauce really in this district is our diversity and our commitment to inclusiveness. And I was listening closely and I heard you talk about a food tasting at one of the schools. Feel free to extend an invitation to the board members and to myself to participate in that. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that it, Doctor? Thank you. At this time, the board welcomes speakers who have signed up to speak at tonight's meeting. Please be reminded that all speakers' remarks must be limited to 3 minutes or less. We ask that the speakers be mindful that this is a business meeting open to the public and televised locally. Attendees and viewers include persons from throughout Western New York, including children. The board asks that the speakers conduct themselves professionally and that their comments remain civil and courteous, bearing in mind that they will be heard by people of all ages. This is an opportunity for Buffalo's residents to address the Buffalo Board of Education about issues that serve the public interest and the district mission, and the board asks that speakers demonstrate appropriate decorum. With that said, we'd like to welcome Carrie Webster, parent, child placement. Mrs. Webster, are you here? Welcome. Welcome, Mrs. Webster.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
son.
I'm here because of my son, Aiden. We just
Talk in the mic for us, please.
I'm here because of my son, Aiden. We just moved back into the district after 30 years. So first I would like to thank Aiden's teacher, Mr. Dow, the principal, Mr. Johnson, and the assistant principal, Ms. Cook, for helping Aiden while he adjusts to a new school and new surroundings. This year has been very difficult for our family, and change is not easy for Aiden with his disabilities. Everyone has been helpful, but we have come to realize that this program at Burgard is not a good fit for Aiden. He is taking up so much time from the teachers and aides all day that the other children are falling behind, as is Aiden. I know that programs are being developed to help him, but in the meantime, Aiden is not improving and is regressing, and it will take that much longer to get him back to where he was if he continues to stay where he is. I know that he can't go back to his original school, but he needs to be in a more contained program for his needs. I'm not familiar with the special needs programs in Buffalo, but I do know that there has to be a better fit for him for him to be able to succeed. But time is a factor in all of this. Our children should not have to wait for programs that should already be in place when a child like Aiden comes into the district. So I am asking the board to please take this into consideration and find the correct placement for my son sooner than later. Everyone has a right to an education that fits their needs.
Thank you, Mrs. Webster. And if you will remain here until the speakers have spoken, we have a very short list. The superintendent will address you, okay?
Okay, thank you.
I appreciate that. And welcome back to Buffalo.
Thank you.
Danelle Grazia, I'm sorry if I misspelled your name, parent commissary.
Hello, it's Danielle Grismala.
Grazamala.
Grismala, yes, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Dr. Williams Knight and honorable board members, welcome to our newest board member. You have a lot of energy and I can't wait to work with you. I just have two things that I'd like to lift up today. First, I want to express my gratitude to the superintendent and her staff for meeting with parent leaders last week to help us gain clarity about the commissary project. It's something we've obviously been working on really, really hard, and we all know that it's needed. I also appreciate that you recognize community voice as vital in the process and arranged a public meeting to provide an opportunity to bring stakeholders together and promote shared understanding. I'm grateful as well to our board for recognizing that this was an urgent matter needing to be addressed, yet taking care to ensure that proper community involvement was reached. I'm very excited to see that commitment honored, and I look forward to moving the commissary project to the next step. Second, I'm a member of the Buffalo Parent Teacher Organization as well, and we encourage family and community involvement in every aspect of our students' learning journey. We also respect the difficult and complex nature of a job as a Board of Education member. So, in advance of the election, we feel it's important for everyone in our community to be informed about the candidates running for at-large seats this November. That's why we have partnered with 10 parent and other community organizations to hold a candidates forum on Thursday, October 10th, downtown at the Central Library. It's free and open to the public. The doors open at 6:30 a.m. and the forum will start promptly at 7 o'clock. So we hope to see everyone there. We did hand out some flyers. We're going to promote it online as well. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Oh boy. Rashimi? Rahima? Say the last name. Say it again, please, sir.
Hi, my name is Rahima Kashindi.
Say it louder for me.
Rahima Kashindi.
Kashindi. Thank you. Help me out. Thank you. Student, BPS Food and School Wellness.
Well, first of all, hi, my name is Rahima, and it is so nice to meet you. Oh, Rayhan? So, okay. Okay, and it is really nice because it actually ties in what I'm going to talk about today. Today, I was just coming to talk about the food and the food commissary. We're really appreciative with the cooperation of the board and being able to talk to the board openly and to be able to have line of communication. And we feel like it's very important for a food commissary to be pushed forward in the way that it is, especially since we know that our district is capable of making good food. I've been in school for the past 2 weeks and the food has been good. It's been real good. So it's important. So it's important for us to have this building, and the fact that we have more than one part working toward it is really nice. And then I push this forward into different part is looking at the whole child. We always talk about in the district our whole child model, but I feel like it should be emphasized even more so in terms of suspension. If a student is missing school or if a student is having issues with school, they should be more of a process when it comes to suspension. And it also feels like some of the principals at certain schools have a certain like different policy or personal policy and people are getting suspended at different rates. We all know that suspension is a huge issue, but keeping students out of schools for longer and longer ultimately impacts their like personal well-being and how they're doing in school, and also like the teacher, because they have to catch them up and stuff like that. So it's very important for like suspensions to be looked into, because there's been a lot of experiences, especially at the beginning of the school year, getting suspended when we're just reading the code of conduct. Like it's a lot for that to be happening. In addition to that, and looking at the whole child, it's important to note that like a student or a decision made without us isn't for us. So it really honestly is very heartwarming that we have a student, person of color from MST on the board, and just like to know that, student voice is being prioritized, but even more so. Like a lot of times student voice is brought into conversations like, yes, of course it's something that we're doing, but just ensuring that that is the priority and that is the forefront of our decision-making process. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for taking time to come as one of our student representatives. We appreciate that you came. Jessica Bauer Walker, Feed the Children.
Good evening. My name is Jessica Bauer Walker. I'm a parent and the president, soon to be co-chair of the Community Health Worker Parent Association. I want to lift up Rahema and her leadership. We've had a Community Health Worker Parent Association as one of our board recognized parent groups. A lot of our work has been working with students and training them to be student community health workers. And they've really built their leadership over the years. Rahema in particular, who's now a senior at Hutch Tech. And so we are officially transitioning to a parent and student association. So I will be the parent chair and Rahema will be the student chair. So let's clap her out. We're excited about the work that she's doing. And I want to welcome Rahan as well and invite you to come and meet with our parent and student community health workers so that we can have a relationship with you and be more coordinated with Inter-High Council as well. So I want to lift up, similar to what Danielle and Rahema were saying, really encouraged by us being here last month and making a call for more community engagement around the Central Food Service Commissary and there being real, tangible follow-up around that. We've had issues previously with certain other things and asked for more community engagement, and the board moved ahead with it against our recommendation, but this time the superintendent and the board worked with us along with cabinet to have a meeting with us, to have a public meeting, to listen to our feedback, and to then figure out a way to structurally include family and community engagement in the form of a community benefits agreement. So I'm encouraged that this resolution is being brought back with something that actually has some teeth. So a community benefits agreement for the knowledge of the public is a tool that we can use. It's a contract between institution and or developer and the community that talks about things that were raised at the public meeting. Things like making sure that we have minority and women-owned contractor and local contractors, that we consider workforce issues, that we consider community impact, and that we make sure that people who are directly impacted, our students and our parents and community residents, are a structural part of the process, and there's actual oversight, accountability, and transparency. So this is really exciting and encouraging. I think this is a project that we can all be working on together, and so having a structured way to do that, because community involvement, authentic community involvement and family engagement is hard, right? And so I'm excited to see how this might move forward in a way that is structured, and again, really appreciate the board members that have been working on this with us, the superintendent, David Hills, and district staff, so that we can come to a place where we all feel good about how we can work together and looking at a structural way like a commissary construction advisory board that provides this structure moving forward for community engagement. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jessica Bauer Walker. Our final speaker for the night is Ed Spadell, Parent, Special Education.
Thank you. Good evening, Jimmy. I didn't get a chance to say hello to Mr. Barnes earlier. I always tease him and say hello to him. I scream it across the aisle usually. Tonight I'm here to talk about a very concerning issue. As our first speaker addressed, we have a special ed placement problem in our district. We're placing children in classrooms they should not be in. So not only are the children being affected by this, but the employees, the teachers, the SST teams, the principals are spending too much time with one student that is in the wrong placement, and we need to correct that. It's a concern, not just one student, there's many students. Another concern that's come to my attention today, there'll be 1,000 or more students not allowed to go to school tomorrow because of vaccination, and I would like the district to start in January with a committee of stakeholders from the community to work on this problem so we don't have this problem next September. It affects our attendance, it affects their education, it's not a good thing. And lastly, and very positively, any day now, K through 12 buildings will be receiving at the minimum 2 cornhole tables so that 7th and 8th graders can participate in cornhole so that when they get up to high school and it's becoming a sport, they'll be able to play. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spadell. Madam Superintendent.
I want to thank our speakers for coming out on this beautiful Wednesday evening to share some things with us that, we needed to hear. I'll start with Ms. Webster, who came forward with her beautiful son, Aiden. And I can say that I know your story resonates with several, not only board members, myself, cabinet, but with our parents who are also, in the audience. As parents, we all want every day for our children to go to school, feel welcomed, know that they're in a place where they can be productive, they can be successful, they're happy, and they're learning. That's what we want, all of us. And, you mentioned something that was interesting that I don't often hear a lot of. I hear a lot when it comes to placement of students who have been classified with a disability about a least restrictive environment. That's what the law often talks about. And what I heard you share tonight was that in this case, as a mom, you know Aiden better than anybody, and you're feeling that a more contained classroom would better suit his needs. And I just want to give kudos to you for having the courage to come forward and to advocate for that. I know that you've had a meeting with Mr. Johnson, and I believe that Mr. Spidell was a part of the meeting. You've met with some of our staff, Mrs. Holscher. I'm not sure if Chief Botticelli has been in touch with you yet. I know that she has come to me, and we've had some conversation about what we can do to try to support Aiden's needs. And I'm going to meet with Chief Botticelli before the end of this week to see what we can do, and then get back in touch with you to see how we can support his needs, because that's what we want to. We want him to be in a place where you're comfortable, he's happy, and he's learning. So thank you for coming tonight to share a brief synopsis of what his experiences have been over these last 10 or 11 days in school. Ms. Grismalia, always appreciate you. We had a very rigorous week last week when it came to the commissary. I think sometimes a little push is good. And the board and the parents, this was, I think, a great page from the playbook of parents coming together with the board, with staff, and all of us linking arms. And last week we had what I view as a very productive meeting with Parent Congress leads. We had a good, very honest discussion. I acknowledge there were some things I learned in that meeting. from Mrs. Barr, you know, and so I thought it was a good meeting, and then we had a meeting with the community at our commissary, and there were board members that were present. Board member Sheeta was there with her Buffalo Bills outfit on. Did we win that night? We did. Okay, so we might have to do it again on another night game day. Our vice president, Dr. Evans Brown, was there, and you know, there were members of the cabinet and the community, and the rigor of the questions, the excitement that they had was very, very refreshing for me to hear. So certainly thank you for coming out and lifting up the appreciation that, you know, during the first week of school, staff made happen. And it won't be a one and done. There will be some ongoing meetings that will continue so that everybody is informed and updated on where we are, and we can continue to get the voice of the community and the parents as we move forward with this exciting project. Rahema, we've got some great student leaders in this district. I'm feeling really, really proud. And, you know, within our 5 by 2025 plan, we talk explicitly about student voice and how important the voice of students, because it's student voice that has the potential, I say it all the time, to change policies. It really is. People want to hear from our students. So thank you for coming in and sharing that the food is good. I don't know if I've heard that yet, so I'm excited. I know Director Connor is probably just tap dancing if she's listening in to hear that our student feels that the food is improving, you know, because it's important to her. They make a lot of meals every day, and she wants, the same way I just shared with Aiden's mom, we want our students happy and healthy, and we want our food to be nutritious and to be tasty. So I always appreciate your comments. It's interesting that you connected wellness, not just to nutrition, but to the social emotional wellness and to suspensions. It's all holistic. It all goes together. There's not one that's more important than the other. So I appreciate that was interesting, the way that you were able to connect social emotional wellness, nutritional wellness, the need to be in school, to be present, prioritizing student voice. I'll think more about it later on this evening, but thank you for coming forward. Always appreciate you, and congratulations on what I hear will be a new leadership role that you will be taking on with the Community Health Worker Network. So that's going to be exciting. I look to see more of you and to hear more about it, and I know you'll be working very closely with Rayhan. You got 2 hours for your first and last name. I'll get them. Jessica, President Jessica, who will soon be co-chair. That's exciting. That's exciting, of the Community Health Worker Network. So I'll be looking to see how that transition happens, and it'll be a nuance for us to have a parent who is equally sharing the chair role with one of our student leaders. That's pretty exciting. So, I want to say again that the meeting that we had last week was very productive. Thank you, as always, for your participation. And it will not be the one and done thing. Chief Hills and Chief Reynolds, they're already working on what it will look like for the remainder of the year, having quarterly meetings, some at the commissary, maybe some at a school, maybe a community center, but there will be ongoing opportunities for us to all come together. We don't have all of the answers, and so we brainstorm together. We get through this together, and I think that's when it will be a win-win. So it's an exciting project. I saw a lot of excitement, some questions that night, We'll bring other people into the fold as they need to. I heard some questions about, hiring, what will that look like? And so we know that we need to extend now and bring in our chief of human resources. So, I'm really excited about where this is all going. But the most important thing is for the community to know that it's going forward. It's going forward, and we're all working together. President Spidell, thank you for, your advocacy with families. I want to thank you for supporting Aiden's mother and what she's experiencing. You mentioned about immunizations, and you're absolutely right that the state has, put in place, not just for Buffalo schools, but across the state, that students have to be up to date with immunizations. I don't know that we'll have 1,000 students that will be excluded. I will be getting weekly updates, and I can share with you that under the leadership of Dr. Brown and working with MyWin, they started really early getting that word out and working with families and working with principals. So I'm optimistic that it won't be 1,000. I'll know a little more on Friday when they give me, exactly how many, and each week I'll be getting those numbers and sharing them with the board so that we can see, what else we can do innovatively to help our families get their children immunized so that they can get back to school. So thank you, everyone. Those are my comments. I'll turn things over back to our board president.
Thank you, Superintendent. Well, it's time for the board to hear from our newest representative, our Inner High Student Council President, who, by the way, did his debut yesterday on WKBW. If you have not seen it, you will have missed it. And we are pleased to welcome him. And you have the floor, young man.
Hello again. As this is my first day, a lot of things I wasn't prepared for. But as the day goes, I'll be more prepared. But I do have a lot of ideas and a lot of things I want to bring to the table. But at the end of the day, it's not I, it's a we. I represent the entire Buffalo District students. So I can't really say anything from my point of view, but at the end of the day, I do give out the news. I'm the voice for them. It's not really me. It's about the whole district and the students as a whole. So my goal is to get back with my peers, with Inner High and with other representatives, and discover like some sort of a survey or something we could get students involved in and get any concerns or anything they want the board members to know, and get those informations back to us and get those settled in the time till next meetings. And I will definitely try my best to get those all set up and get more information from them, any concerns or anything they would like the board members to know. And yeah, I'll be more prepared next time. Thank you.
Thank you. You're prepared. You're prepared. You're right where you are supposed to be, and we're looking forward. Yes. And you know what? I do think, after you ask your question, I think each board member should go around the table and introduce themselves to our newest member of our team.
Well, okay, let me start off then. I am Board Member Jennifer McCosey. I represent the West District over by the water there. And I have a question for the district, for Superintendent, Board President. What resources do we have in order to help him be able to, make the time, put together any type of questionnaires or anything that can help him access every young person's, I know it's on him, but at the same time, we all have resources if we needed to get a survey done or something like that. And I just wanted to make sure that that if it's not in place, it should be, and I believe that you would also demand that. I feel like that's in your, I feel like that might be the next thing. I want to get ahead of you calling us out, so we're going to make sure you have that for your students.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that question, Board Member McCosey. Rehan, you can be assured that just as you shared, it's not an I. You really are now a part of this family. We have a whole department that's their expertise. And so we will work with you, and we'll be working with Ms. Sanders, who is the inner high kind of advisor, to make sure that, you know, you have exactly what you need. She'll help you with crafting the questions in a way to get you, you know, some responses. And then they will be able to put the survey out for you and help with, even when the data comes in, sitting down with you and looking at what the data is sharing. So you've got support there.
Rehan, first of all, I'd like to say congratulations and welcome to the board. You sound like a very, very enthusiastic and credible young man who, I just love your voice when you say that you speak for the student group themselves. And your attitude is going to take you far in life. And anything that I can do personally to help you, or we can work together to get through anything, just let me know. Let the board know. We're here for you. And last thing, my name, School Board Member Terrence Hurd, School Board Member at large here in the city of Buffalo. And I just love to see a nice young man with such great talent and great velocity that you have inspired, you know, to do great things. And I would like to know what's going on next year. You're going to college next year. What do you see in your future? What you going to be?
Well, next year I will be unfortunately leaving Buffalo to go to college at Vaughn College. I'm going to be an aviation engineer, and in future maybe a pilot as a secondary thing.
We have a little bit of technical difficulty. Welcome, Rehan, and I'm so excited to have you here. I'm Mrs. Shuda, Terry Shuda, the board president, or not the president, oh Lord, board member from the Park District, and I'm a former high school principal and a former senior class president. So I love student leaders, and I look so forward for your voice. Thank you.
Hi, Rehan. My name is Dr. Kathy Evans Brown. I am a representative for the East District, but I also play a role as Vice President of Executive Affairs. I like the fact that you included all students. At this board, there's 9 of us, and for anything to pass, it takes 5 votes. So we don't act or make decisions independently. It is the board, not I. But thank you and welcome.
Rehan, welcome. Welcome to the board. I appreciate your energy and the insight that you're going to bring on behalf of the students to this Board of Education and to the district leadership. I'm Larry Scott, and I'm a member at large and also the Vice President of Student Achievement. Welcome aboard.
I'm Paulette Woods. I'm the Central District Board member, and I'm so glad to have you here representing student voice, because that's the most important thing. We're here for the students. It's their education. So speak loudly.
Welcome, Rehan. My name is Dr. Ann Rivera, and I'm an at-large board member, and I'm really, really looking forward to hearing what you bring to the table in terms of student voice and how you can increase our communication with students. Thank you.
Okay, those are the dynamic 10. The superintendent, she didn't introduce herself, but she's a board member also.
Okay. Well, you know what? I have met Rehan over at MST a couple of times, and I've been impressed. every time I joke with him and say, one day he's going to be running the city, so I know you're going away to college, but you'll come back. You'll come back and you could be mayor. You know, you could be mayor. But I am Dr. Williams, and I'm the superintendent of schools.
That was a no-brainer, huh? You got that one, huh? So I want to also acknowledge that Rayon's mother is here and his sister, and we are very pleased to have him on our board, and we want to thank you for what you have instilled in him. We thank you. Now, if he get the big head, let me know, okay? Because I know he might, you know, it might go to his head. No, I'm just, you got it? You got it, Mom? Okay, all right. Raising them young men is an art, okay, and we appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, so Superintendent, do you have an update for us?
I do. Been working with Dr. Evans Brown, and I know we're going to talk today about some goals for this year. But before we do, if I can just do one quick infomercial. We got a game coming up on Friday night, and it's our Bennett Tigers against the Niagara Falls Wolverines. And the superintendent of Niagara Falls, Mr. Laurie, who I have great respect for, we got a little wager going. And so, you know, you'll see more about it, but, you know, he's offered us some DeCamilla desserts and some cold cuts if we lose. I told him, you know, he might as well get his credit card out because, you know, you know, I'm just saying, but we've offered them some Lenovo's chicken wings if the Tigers are not successful, which I you know, don't anticipate that's going to happen. But it'll be Friday night, and, you know, we want to have a good time. It'll be at 7 o'clock at our high. So with that being said, I'll turn things over to you to share what you want me to share about the goals.
No?
All right.
So originally, let's be transparent. We wanted to talk about this behind closed doors. So I want to talk to the board to make sure, because we were going to talk to you, well, we were going to talk about both the goals and the evaluation to make sure that you know, everything was as it stands. But if you want to share the goals, if you're comfortable with us sharing these goals and moving forward, we can go on the goals and we can go into executive session for the superintendent evaluation, if that's okay with you. All right, so you can go ahead, Dr.
So
Brown.
today is this one seems better, right? Can everybody hear me? All right. So this is really an opportunity to go forward from the executive work session that was held on the 11th, 9/11. Okay. So the work session ended with the board in agreement to monitor these 4 goals for 24-25 school year. These 4 goals will be used as the academic progress measure for the superintendent's evaluation. So goal 1 is literacy. The percentage of economically disadvantaged grade 3 students who are proficient on the New York State grade 3 ELA assessment will increase from 17.1% in September 2024 to 19.3% in September 2025. And it's like a plus 2.2%. That's the goal for literacy. Dr. Williams and her team came up with interim goals, and they're depicted here, and I'll read those. Prior to these interim goals being depicted was that they looked at trending data. And so the trending data presented include these percentages. So we didn't want to make anything up. These are trending data that is true for our students in this district for 24-25. So the interim goal 1-1 is the percentage of economically disadvantaged grade 3 students who are at or above benchmark on the iReady ELA assessment will increase from 30% in June 2024 to 32% in June 2025. So that's a +2 percentage. Interim goal 1-2, the percentage of economically disadvantaged grade 3 students who are proficient on the DIBELS assessment will increase from 40% in June 2024 to 45% in June 2025. I thought that was a little aggressive, but that's what the trend data show, +5%. Interim goal 1.3, the percentage of economically disadvantaged grade 3 students who are well below average on a DIBELS assessment will decrease from 47% in June 2024 to 43% in June 2025. It's a -4%, but this goal indicates there will be a reduction in level 1 students. Any questions or comments?
So if I can just summarize real quickly. So we're looking at two things for that goal. You're looking at the number of students that are benchmarked, but you're also considering the growth of the students who are currently scoring well below where they should be. And we know that it's not likely that they will jump from being well below all the way to benchmark. So you're measuring the growth also.
Yes, thank you for that clarification. Any other comments on that goal? All right, moving on. Goal 2, numeracy. The percentage of economically disadvantaged grade 6 students who are proficient on the New York State grade 6 math assessment will increase from 23.5% in September 2024 to 26% in September 2025. That's a +2.5%. Yeah, so it really depends on the date that the data is returned from the state. So the interim goal that superintendent and her team depicts here, interim goal 2.1, the percent of economically disadvantaged grade 6 students who are proficient on the iReady math assessment will increase from 20% in June 2024 to 25% in June 2025, +5%. And again, that's all contingent on the trending data. Interim goal 2.2, the percent of economically disadvantaged grade 6 students who are 2 or more grade levels below grade on the iReady math assessment will decrease from 58% in June 2024 to 54% in June 2025. Similarly, a -4%. And this goal indicates there will be a reduction in level 1 students. Dr. Williams, did you want to reinstate anything there? Because it's similar to what you just said on the other goal. Goal 3. There's 4 goals. Goal 3, high school. So the percent of cohort of 2024 students who pass at least one Regents exam by the end of their first year of high school will increase from 38.5% in August 2024 to 39.5% in August 2025, a plus 1%. And then the interim goal for goal 3.1, the percent of cohort 24 students who are eligible to take a science exam based on lab minutes will increase from 54% in June 2024 to 60% in June 2025. Again, it's an aggressive increase of plus 6%. But again, it's, you know, the trending data. And then we have a second part. I'm sorry, that is goal 3. Goal 4, it is a second part of at least the high school. The percent of cohort 2024 students who earned 5.5 credits by the end of their first year of high school will increase from 59.9% in June 2024 to 64% in June 2025, a plus 4.1% increase. And the interim goal for goal 4, so it's interim goal 4.1, the percent of cohort 2024 students who are passing 5.5 or more classes at the end of quarter 3 will increase from 69% in June 2024 to 74% in June 2025, increase of plus 5%. And, you know, the board looked at this cohort because when kids come in the 9th grade, that's a critical year, and having 5.5 credits is a sign of their trajectory for success. And so that's one of the areas that, you know, the superintendent and the board agreed was critical to keep our kids in school to reduce dropout rates. So there you have it, the 4 goals that we've been working on for some time for 24-25. Superintendent is in agreement. Any questions? Because we do want to move this forward and vote on them, you know, tonight so that the superintendent can have a jump start on getting down to the work of the SOFG, student outcome focused governance work. Any questions, board members?
I would just like to emphasize that these goals are typically focused at the most difficult group of students to move forward. When we talk about our percentage of economically disadvantaged children, we are really referring to the least of these. And as a result, to focus in on those children will automatically raise up the rest of the children. And so we're proud that last year's goals were accomplished in this area. We want to thank the staff and the superintendent for the work that they did. And it's interesting to see what you can achieve once we put the carrot in front of the rabbit, huh? So we're excited. And what I do want to go on record to say is that there is no shame in trying. And there certainly is no shame in falling short of your mark as long as you've given it your best. And that's what we ask for, and that's all we ask for. And if you just so happen to knock it out of the park, well, take me out to the ball game every time. It's fine with me. But I just want to say that because sometimes when goals are put in front of people and they don't accomplish it, they don't feel good about it, but it's the effort, it's the vigor that you put in that determines the wealth of the struggle. So we want to thank you and your staff, and I want to thank you for being receptive to doing this, okay? Because every leader, previous leader was not interested in doing it, or fought the board on this, but I think we're starting to see as a district what we're able to accomplish. And so your staff is doing a phenomenal job, and I just want to say that to them as we learn how to do this together. We're learning how to do this together, okay? We're all in growing pains. Thank you. Mr. Hurd, you have something you'd like to say?
Yes, I would like to say that, so everybody knows that it took quite a long time to write these goals out and get them together. The board been working together to, and with the superintendent to see what our needs are. And we started with 3 goals and ended with 4 goals. So, but it's a stretch, because we're looking at a 5% increase in certain areas. But it's gonna take a community for the superintendent to achieve these goals. That means that we gotta work with our parents. Our parents gotta be more attentive to their children and understanding the importance of reading, the importance of doing math, and working with the teachers. So it's gonna take a community effort to achieve these goals and surpass them like we always do. And just wanna make sure that that we get those messages out to the community that we can't leave all the disparaging on the teachers, that we gotta also work together, this board, the community, teachers, administrative staff members, that it takes all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? So be it. Thank you. With that said, I think I would like to entertain a motion to move the goals out of our unfinished business section and move them up so that we can vote on them at this point. Is anyone willing to, is everyone in agreement to do so? Mr. Scott, second. I saw Terrence Hurd's hand up. Okay, with that said, I need a motion on the floor. Jennifer, would you like to propose it? No, you brought it up out of, we brought it up out of unfinished business. So we changed the agenda is what we did. Was it your intent to, you wanted to motion?
Vote on the goals.
Okay, you mind?
Second.
Okay, good. Okay, no problem. We should individually do it. Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you. On the motion for the goals, how do you vote? Board Member Evans-Brown?
Yes.
Board Member Hurd?
Yes.
Board Member Makosi?
Yes.
Board Member Rivera?
Yes.
Board Member Shuta? Board Member Scott?
Yes.
Board Member Woods?
Yes.
And Board President Felton Cotman?
Yes,
It passes unanimously.
thank you. Okay, may I have a motion to accept the previous board minutes? I saw Terry Schutis, number 2 hand went up, Terrence Hurd. Any exceptions? All in favor, no problem. Let's see, where are we at? Consent agenda. Can I have a motion to accept the consent agenda? Saw Paulette Wood's hand, second by Dr. Kathy Evans-Brown. Thank you. Okay, let's take a look at what we have. Our first question this evening is on item 16A, District Culture Field Trip Initiative, grades K through 6 and 8, and it is from Board Member Paulette Woods.
I looked at the list of agencies, community agencies that were included for field trips for our youth. And they were, impressive things, the art galleries, TIF Farms, History Museum. But what I didn't notice was a trip to the African American Corridor to see the Jesse Clipper Monument, to see the Underground Railroad and Michigan Street Baptist Church, and the History of Jazz Museum and Music Museum. And I worked with President Darius Pridgeon, and we used to have trips so that the students would see the local efforts in our community and recognize the importance of the veterans, local veterans, and the fact that they have a leadership role in this community, they're role models, and also to see the importance of the African American heritage. So I was questioning why I didn't see that listed in these field trips for the $150,000.
So we have worked with the corridor in the past and sent students there. Right now, they're under construction, so in contact with them, Michelle Augusto is working toward a potential trip for some of the students towards the spring, because they're just not sure exactly when it will be ready for students to reconnect. But then definitely for next year, that will be the 7th grade trip. So they're actually very excited to be able to bring us back. We're just waiting for confirmation on when the facilities will be available.
I appreciate you, the Buffalo Public Schools, let the community know we recognize the importance of the African American heritage corridor and the Veterans Monument for Jesse Clipper, because I am past president of that American Legion post. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's not forget about Freedom Park either. That's a beautiful park over there. And Michelle Augusta has done some beautiful work over there. Our next question that's up is number 19D. Question, Mr. Hurd. Capital project approval as per New York State Ed for All High Stadium.
Yes, thank you. My question about this is for the district and also the board. As I look at this proposal, and this is something that we talked about 5 years ago when the previous superintendent was here, and we talked about improving All High Stadium and the need for the new turf field, the need for the track field, the sand pit, and everything that went along with it. And one thing that was discussed then was the ability to get revenue from All High Stadium and use it for certain purposes, several different purposes. And one of the things that was suggested was that we make it a multi-use stadium. So as we put in this submission to the State Ed Department, I believe that we should have a stage there, a stage front set up there so that we can have students, they can do different shows at All High Stadium. And I think about what other cities have done in other stadiums, how they use it, and for vendors, for concerts, and all sorts of things. And it'd be a great opportunity, since we cash-strapped right now as a district, that we can use it for a revenue service. We got some great things going on here with the reconstruction, the grandstand. We're going to have the visitor bleachers, the visitor dressing room. We went the track storage room, the perimeter fencing, grandstand lighting, and it would be a shame if we didn't take a look to see if we can. We have a lot of room there that we can actually build a stage there and do like concerts or other events throughout the city. And like I said, that would be a great opportunity for us to build revenue and also promote our district.
That's a good point, Mr. Board Member Hurd. We also talked about seeing if we could get sponsors to cover some of the costs associated with that. I'm just curious to know, where are the final designs for this? Whatever happened with them? They were never shared with the board that I can remember.
She feels is on its way up.
And is there opportunity that we can include a stage type or theater type setting in this proposal?
So the scope of work was really well defined. We can arrange to present the final designs at a work session. We are submitting them to State Ed for final review. State Ed actually has broken it up into 6 separate review projects. So there's actually 6 projects for review. They came back, they've requested some geocoring. So we've done some environmental sampling last week to make sure that we satisfy that. But we can return at a work session to share our final designs. And we can have the company that's done the design do that. As far as the stage, there's never been a stage in any of the scope of work. So an addition of that would be something we'd have to look at, not as a phase 4, but maybe some way we can make a temporary stage that can be rolled out by our grounds crew. But as far as the design, it wasn't in the scope of work ever.
I mentioned it several years ago, several times, and we talked about a multi-use stadium, how we can be Title IX ready and Section 6 so that we can hold other events and host events to across the state here in Buffalo so that we can build more revenue. And I know you guys have been doing a wonderful job trying to, get this stadium together, and a lot of work has been done already. And I know it turned over twice to two different contractors, but maybe we get some design or just a outlook of some other venues that set up similar to see how they set their stages up and what can be done. And not just something that could be rolled up, but something permanent. Because there's a smooth amount of land that's on the north end of it. And I think that could be viable for that purpose.
So there have been many things that did not make the final scope of work. The final scope of work for the budgeted amount of $7 million, to add it now would probably lengthen the review process, but it's certainly something we can explore to see what are the options for later on.
The board president did also mention maybe some sponsorship opportunities or just some other collaborations that can come in, community partnerships that can help on.
The sponsorship board is still included in the design.
And that digital scoreboard, which is going to be very important.
The scoreboard.
Okay.
And visitor stands. So,
thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item I have is 22A, coming from a comment from me. Rafael Perez, are you here, Mr. Perez? Mr. Perez, would you share with us this, that Geico is donating for your bilingual center at number 33? I think that it's very encouraging, considering I've been a customer of theirs for a very long time. Maybe I should recruit myself, because maybe I should have some stock or something. But could you just briefly share with us what's, you know, how that came about and how, you know, just to share. I think it's a good thing. They've done a great thing for us.
I just walked it. Can you tell me again?
It's the Geico donation for PS 33 bilingual. Geico Insurance is sponsoring a veteran appreciation luncheon at PS School number 33 bilingual that will take place on November the 8th. Geico is giving School 33 an in-kind donation of $2,000 to cover the cost of the luncheon.
Well, thank you. Y gracias a todos. Just throw a little bilingualism in there with Hispanic Heritage Month, which we're celebrating right now. So Geico has graciously donated $2,000 to help with a long-standing tradition at School 33, where veterans are honored. It's been going on for, I would say, at least 10 years. I was part of it last year. I was interviewed by students. They presented on what they learned from me. It's a great opportunity for our kids to think about not just what their relatives have sacrificed and done for us, but also to think about what they might do in the future. But they've given us $2,000 to make sure that all the veterans that come can have a great meal, and also to give them some goodies to make sure that the event is remembered.
So the little gecko, is he gonna be there?
I hope so.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I just wanted to share that. I mean, it's nice that they care enough to do that. It's a little bit less than my premium a year, but you ain't heard from me.
All right, and I know there's a board member that was also airborne. Go Army.
Thank you. Okay, all right. If there are no other questions or concerns about, I'm sorry, yes, Terry?
Could I ask to please excuse Cindy McCutcheon
Oh, sure.
from the meeting?
Can you hold that one moment? Okay. Just one moment. Okay, so if there are no other questions about the consent agenda, we will move forward with voting on it. Okay? Thank you. Counselor?
On the consent agenda, how do you vote? Vice President Evans Brown.
No exceptions.
Board Member Hurd.
No exceptions.
Board Member Makosi.
No exceptions.
Board Member Rivera.
No exceptions.
Board Member Shuta.
Recuse 21A.
And other than that?
And your reason? Family.
Oh, family. No, other than that, no exceptions.
Vice President Scott,
No exceptions.
Board Member Woods,
I just want to say that the commissary project is in here, and we worked very hard to include all community concerns. So yes, I have no exceptions.
just for a point of order, the resolutions, the board resolutions would be separate from the consent agenda, but I think that'll be noted for the record. And President Belton comment.
I will recuse myself from 9A, line 69 and 70, family relationships.
And other than that,
Other than that, no exceptions.
right, consent agenda passes.
Thank you. Okay, now, so we're going to do our resolutions now. And the first one that we're talking about is, oh, I'm sorry, Terry, can you go ahead and make your request of the board?
I'm requesting to excuse Board Member Cindy McCutcheon from the board meeting tonight.
No problem. All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. No problem. Thank you. We sincerely wish Cindy and her family the best, and we will continue to uphold her in prayer. Next, our resolutions. Okay. Board member under item number 26A, involving our redistricting committee assignment on behalf of Board Member Honorable Paulette Wood, Central District Board Member. She is requesting our approval of the following replacement representative for the redistricting committee. Her request to change, the new person is Ms. Karina Martin. All right. So with that said, may I have a motion to accept this resolution? I saw Terrence Hurd and I saw Honorable Board Member Shuda. Is there any conversation on this or anything?
No, Cedric was unable to attend the meeting, so Katrina kindly accepted Julie B's replacement.
Okay. All right. So without further ado, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? No opposed. So moved. Our next resolution, Dr. Ann Revere has been kind enough to read for us the 2024-2025 DCEP and, I'm sorry. For Paulette. It falls under the category resolution, yes, but it's in your package, number 26A. Oh, yeah, oh, no, it's not, no, it wasn't printed, right, you're right, okay, no problem. I'm sorry. 26B, Dr. Ann Revere has been kind enough to read this resolution for our approval. Please go forward, thank you.
I'll go for it. Buffalo Board of Education Resolution, District Comprehensive Improvement Plan, DCIP, and School Comprehensive Education Plans, SCEP. Whereas Part 100.21 of the Commissioner's Regulations requires districts with a targeted designation and schools identified as additional targeted support and intervention, ATSI, targeted support and intervention, TSI, and comprehensive support and intervention, CSI, to develop a school comprehensive improvement plan, SCEP, or receivership continuation plan, RCP, involving meaningful consultation with stakeholders. Whereas the meetings to develop the DCIP, SCEP, or RCP included school leaders, district leaders, teachers, support staff, parents, and community organizations. Whereas stakeholders met throughout the 2023-2024 school year to develop the 2024-2025 DCIP, SCEP, or RCP, and signed the DCIP and SCEP in accordance with the regulation, whereas the DCIP is aligned. The strategic plan and the district's priorities address the needs of the district. The SCEPS and RCP are aligned to the needs of the individual school and aligned to the strategic plan and district priorities, whereas collaborative meetings will be held throughout the 2023-2024 school year. I have a question about that.
Okay,
It says collaborative meetings will be held throughout the 2023-2024 school year. Do we need an amendment to change the school year?
One moment.
I think perhaps we have a verb, which were held, correct? Okay, just checking. Thank you. Were held throughout the 2023-2024 school year to assess the implementation of the 2024-2025 DCIP, SCEP, or RCP, and will involve the required school stakeholders. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that the Board of Education approves the District Comprehensive Improvement Plan, School Comprehensive Education Plans, or Receivership Continuation Plans for schools. ATSI number 18, TSI number 17, number 54, number 69, number 93, CSI number 3, number 6, number 30, number 31, number 32, number 33, number 43, number 45, number 48, number 53, number 59, number 74, number 76, number 79, number 80, number 89, number 92, and number 357, receivership number 37, number 97, and number 131.
Thank you, Dr. Revere. And thank you for that catch-up. She's very astute with things like that, you know, very detail-oriented. Are there any conversations on this? If not, oh, yes, Jennifer, Board Member Jennifer McCoy.
Okay, so these meetings were already held, correct? So then I think that we would have to change the next sentence, which says, and will involve, is that they had involved or involved as if it's not going to happen. We'll continue, no, because the meetings were held in order to
Dr.
put together-
Caresses, need some clarity, please. Thank you.
We're going to edit the date where it says 23-24. It should say 24-25 because during this year they'll have meetings in which they assess and monitor the implementation of the SSUPs. So we're just going to change the date. Okay.
All right, thank you. And so, are you satisfied? Is everyone satisfied with that? Okay, because this is a state-approved document, I would like for the board to be upheld. The document we're talking about. Oh, motion to accept. I saw Terrence and second by Terry Shooter. All in favor? Oh, we're going to vote. Well, let's vote. I'm sorry. It's getting late. You guys know what happens around 8 o'clock. Okay, go ahead.
On the motion with respect to the resolution that was just read, as amended with the new school year, how do you vote? Vice President Evans-Brown?
Yes.
Board Member Hurd?
Yes.
Board Member Makosi? Yes. Board Member Rivera?
Yes.
Board Member Shuta? Vice President Scott?
Yes.
Board Member Woods?
Yes.
And President Belton-Cottman?
Yes.
Unanimously passes.
Thank you. Okay, we're moving forward. In the absence of Board Member Cindy McCutcheon being here, Vice President Kathy Evans-Brown has agreed to reread the resolution with the additional adds in regards to the commissary.
Okay, thank you, President. Resolution submitted by Honorable Cindy McCutcheon. September 18, 2024, whereas Buffalo Public Schools Central Commissary's current lease is coming to an end in 2025, and the facilities have been outgrown in square footage and capacity to meet the current needs of the district, and whereas the Buffalo City School District previously requested proposals to develop a new location for the Buffalo Public Schools Central Commissary, and of the 4 responses that were submitted on September 8, 2022, the Buffalo Board of Education authorized the superintendent to negotiate a preferred developer agreement with the McGuire Development Company for a new food commissary. And whereas the board resolved on September 20th, 2023, to instead pursue an outright purchase of the commissary as an economically approach to obtain the new commissary as opposed to leasing it. And whereas the district explored every potential option with respect to an outright purchase and the viability thereof, and despite its diligent efforts, it was discovered that an outright purchase is not a viable option within the time constraints of the district's needs, and also is not a guarantee, as the district, who is not legally allowed to hold title to real estate as a matter of law, is dependent upon another legal entity and multiple municipal processes, and thus multiple approvals in order to obtain authority to purchase. And whereas an outright purchase of the commissary is no longer a feasible option at this time, and the district now wishes to continues pursuing negotiating a lease for the new commissary at 1016 and 1044 East Delavan, the proposal that best met the specifications of the subject request for proposal as originally intended. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education hereby authorizes the superintendent to negotiate a lease with McGuire Development Company for a new commissary located at 1016 and 1044 East Delavan as originally intended, and be it further resolved that the superintendent and her staff will negotiate an amended preferred developer agreement with the McGuire Development Company, as the original preferred development agreement has since expired. And be it further resolved that said developer agreement shall contain critical milestones, including but not limited to phase and cost budgeting, the negotiation and execution of the lease, proof of the site control, proof of financing, environmental clearances, guaranteed maximum price and commitments from other parties. And be it further resolved that the district's financing plan shall include an application for building aid lease reimbursement of up to 98% from New York State Education Department. And be it further resolved that the district will seek agreement from all parties to a community benefits agreement that will outline a set of goals and requirements to be met with respect to the construction phase of the project as well as post-construction maintenance. Every effort will be made by the district to include benefits not limited to standards around labor participation that include local hire requirements, apprentice hire requirements, minority and female workforce goals, as well as MWBE participation. Every effort will be made by the district to include consequences and corrective actions in the agreement in the event requirements are not met, and to require the developer to submit bi-monthly construction reports to a commissary construction advisory committee that provides information about developer compliance. The district will also seek a post-construction building maintenance plan that meets community benefit standards. And be it further resolved that if any of the milestones are not met, the superintendent may void the preferred developer designation and negotiate with another developer who submitted a response to the request for proposals, or choose to issue another request for proposals. And I'm almost done. Be it further resolved that the superintendent will update the board regularly and as requested by the board on the status of lease negotiations And be it further resolved that the superintendent is authorized to execute any documents needed to commensurate the preferred development on the district's behalf, and be it further resolved that the superintendent will continue to engage with the BPS stakeholder community to receive input on the development of the commissary.
Thank you, Dr. Kathy Evans Brown. May I have a motion to accept this? I'm sorry, there was some more? Oh, thank you. So, yeah, may I have a, motion to, okay. Motion to amend the resolution to include Honorable Board Member Terry Shuda and to include Honorable Board Member Paulette Woods and to include Honorable Board Member Sharon Belton Cotman. And I think that's all the board. It's a unanimous board. Yes. Okay. Motion to accept the amendment. Cindy's not. Okay. Motion to accept. Paulette did first, and then you second? Okay. All right. Are we in order? Okay. Thank you. Any other discussion on this?
Just had one question. We mentioned the property on East Delavan Street, 1016 and 1044. Do we have to include the easements on William Gator Street in Norfolk in this amendment? And Mr. Hills, my question is, do we have to include the driveway easements in this resolution or amendment that would be on William Gator Street and Norfolk Avenue?
No, that was a specification in the DDA. It's been in all the work we've done with them, so we wouldn't have to specify it here. The easements for the driveway and also the acquiring the rail spur, that there's an easement between the two properties, all of those have already been granted.
Board Member Shuda and then Board Member Woods.
Just briefly, I would like to thank the superintendent and staff and the community for being able to meet and have some really, I thought, meaningful discussions, and that will sway my vote.
Thank you, Board Member Woods.
And I also would like to thank the superintendent and our staff and Mr. Barnes for working with this board so we could unanimously include the revenue, the additional revenue that the board wanted to pursue, and to also include the community. I think we are stronger together, and as you can see, when we put our heads together, we come up with an excellent proposal and a unanimous vote.
Thank you. I'd just like to say on behalf, Jennifer, Board Member Jennifer.
So I see that there's this committee, Commissionary Construction Advisory Committee. Not sure if that was already in place previously, but when we look at the resolves, at the last resolve of the superintendent continue to engage, who makes up that committee? Would that be part of that engagement process with those community members? I mean, I'm just wondering if that's redundant or if there's like an update we'll give at a board meeting. How different would the communication be on the development that if the community is engaged in the committee? You see what I'm saying? I'm not sure who the committee members are. And if it is community, is it redundant to put that there? Or are we doing a separate, just in any opportunity you can take to, I just want to make sure I was correct in who was in the committee.
I don't think we're there yet where we know who specifically will be on that committee, but I think it's fine the way that it's stated.
And so I just want to say to our listening public, one of the things that's real clear about this board is that we have some very strong players and definite opinions in this board, and we also have it with staff. One thing that is clear, however, is that we all want to do what's best for children on behalf of children. And what needs to be understood by the opinion leaders is that writing editorials or talking about the things that are going on this board, what we should do, we're going to do what we feel is the right thing to do for our students because we were elected to do so. And if, as a result of that, there is conversation or discourse, then chalk it up to the Bills, because we're Bill fans. And we have no problem being fanatical about them, so we don't have any problems being fanatical about our children in this district. And so that's how we operate. We've always done that on this board. And if something does not feel right and doesn't seem right, I feel our community is better served by a board that is prudent enough to know when to throw the stop sign up and let the green sign go when it's time. And so we've done what we were supposed to do in regards to this. I want to thank everyone for their passion and for their concerns and their desires, but in all honesty, this is how this is supposed to be. And I'm proud that the board was able to, and the district was able to get it done. As we move forward, we've got a lot of more things to deal with. And so I really just want to make sure that this particular commissary or this particular agreement is maximized to the benefit of the community, because it's never been done before by this board, never. As long as I've been sitting here, we didn't get it done under the joint school construction, because if I remember right, I came in at the end of that to only find out that there was a housing piece that was never done. A whole full housing piece that was never done that should have been a part of that joint school construction. So we want to make sure we get this done right. Thank you. Without further ado, we have our counselor coming up with us. And
The motion to approve.
Motion to, oh, I'm sorry. Motion to approve. Terrence, Terry, all in favor? Well, all in favor? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? No opposed. Thank you. Motion passes unanimously, huh? That's what she normally says. Okay, good. So what we're going to do something a little different moving forward. We have a board member who is asked to, under unfinished business, to bring up a topic that's on her concern, after which, and we also have under unfinished business, I'm sorry, Mary, I'm missing something?
There was one additional resolution to hire an investigator.
Oh, my bad, my resolution, okay. My bad. Oh, so our new board member, our newest board member has agreed to read the resolution for hiring of an investigator for an appeal before the board. So I'm going to turn this over to board member Rashid. Did I say it right? Rashad?
Correct, Rashid.
Rashid, okay, thank you.
Resolution submitted by Han Board President Sharon Belton Cotman, hiring of an investigator for an appeal before the board, September 18, 2024. Whereas the Buffalo Board of Education has received an appeal pursuant to the Buffalo City School District Discrimination and Harassment Complaint Procedure, which is set forth in District Regulation 6121, and whereas pursuant to District Regulation 6121, the Buffalo Board of Education shall hire or appoint an impartial individual to conduct an independent investigation of the complaint. And whereas the Buffalo Board of Education has identified an individual to conduct the required investigation, now therefore be it resolved that the Buffalo Board of Education hereby authorizes the Buffalo City School District to engage the service of Linwood Robert Esquire to currently be the Buffalo Board of Education
And to conduct a fair.
and to, with the district to charge for Mr. Roberts' service and to rate of $250.00 per hour.
Okay?
Thank you.
And that sentence, to conduct a fair, equitable, and thorough investigation of the complaint shall rise to the appeal currently.
Let me quickly repeat that part.
Read that part again for us, thank you.
To conduct a fair, equitable, and thorough investigation of the complaint, giving raise to the appeal currently before the Buffalo Board of Education, with the district to be charged for Mr. Roberts' service at the rate of $250.00 per hour.
Thank you.
Thank you.
May I have a motion to accept this resolution, since we've already discussed it before? Yeah, all in favor? Second, first? And I saw a second, okay. Do we need to, we can do all in favor? All in favor? Right, is there any ones that oppose? No opposed, it passes. Terrence, you want to say it? Unanimously. It passes unanimously. Okay, so now, so we have, our next part is our unfinished business. And so normally, and we've had a flow where we didn't have to leave and go into executive session, but we're going to have to go. What is that? Oh, that's already in there, yeah. Yeah, what happens is the board's recommendations are pulled out separately. Resolutions are pulled out separately. The districts are held within the consent agenda. And so board member Shuda has asked under unfinished business to bring up a topic, after which what we're going to do is we're going to recess and go into executive session to, and Mary, you might want to get the wording together so I can make sure that I say it right, so that we can continue with our 100% rate that we got, our rating. Terry, board member Terry, under unfinished business, what would you like to bring up?
Is the chair of student support, one of the things that we're going to see through the governor's office and is going to be a mandate or a recommendation when it comes to the use of cell phones. And I was able to go to some community meeting in Lackawanna to see what's happening there. They went to a total ban, and I know that we just went through it, and I appreciate the superintendent's giving me the feedback on how many people we had at community meetings and for this code of conduct. But I think that what we're going to have to do as a board is perhaps take a look at the recommendations that will come through the governor's office. And what I'm asking is that we have some feedback from the schools on how the changes are affecting and what other support the district can perhaps give. We've had some discussions with principals that are asking for cell phone lockers or cell phone, the little cases. And I don't know, I just think that that's something that we're going to have to look for advice from central office. And I'm sure that that'll be something that'll be changing.
Okay, I'd like to ask Dr. Brown, I know this is off the cuff, to just come forward and just share a summary of some of the things that you and your staff were involved in this past spring and over the summer with respect to updating the code of conduct, particularly in this area.
Sure, and good evening. So last school year, what we did differently is we had a Code of Conduct Committee, and the Code of Conduct Committee was comprised of several stakeholders, from teachers to principals, students, community members. Also, this last school year, we started to conduct meetings. So per 3214 law, we have to conduct at least one stakeholder meeting. We had 4 public meetings. We also met with all elementary and secondary principals. We met with Inter-High Student Council, and through the feedback that we received, basically the code of conduct for elementary would stay the same. High school, one change in terms of adding lunch times. That was feedback that we received from the secondary principals and other stakeholder groups. And we have been, and additionally, we also shared all of the data on the district website, as well as we had, the robocalls that went out asking for additional feedback. We sent the information to the principal and assistant principal's weekly bulletin. In addition to that, we also had an online form where we asked for all of the feedback from the various stakeholders. And, it is a code of conduct that is shared by many stakeholders. So certainly we always welcome additional feedback.
And I'm not disputing that. What I'm saying is that when the looking forward to the governor is going to make some recommendations. I'm not disputing your work and I'm not disputing the feedback. And I'm just saying that this is a hot topic.
It is.
And especially when we take a look at school safety and different things that are happening. But I'm just saying, as a board and as a district, we have to, I do believe there was a meeting with district leaders, with the governor, not our leaders, but I do believe Chief Jesenowski was our representative at that meeting. Yep. And so I'm just saying that that's something that we have to be aware of, and that's something that might change.
Absolutely, and we want to continuously get the feedback and really monitor what the governor is proposing in January.
And the feedback, my question
and the
is,
feedback from the schools
from
as
the
well.
schools?
Yes.
Because with this change, and I'm just wondering, because I'm hearing there's different feelings on how this is all working.
Yes, so with the committee that we've already established with the Code of Conduct, we will also have that committee again this year. And again, it's a living, breathing document, and we always welcome feedback about cell phones and every item within the Code of Conduct.
And I just appreciate your you and I have been having conversation.
Yes.
I thank Dr. Cressy for letting us working with us on that. And I appreciate the superintendent's willingness for discussion.
It is quite a hot topic. Yesterday, we had a meeting with the Big Five. In talking about it tomorrow, I have a meeting with the commissioner. She's really interested to hear from urban districts in particular, because operationalizing something like this, is going to be a challenge in how it's rolled out if the governor does pass legislation banning cell phones. So the conversations will continue.
So can we be updated as these conversations are had with them? I think the other part is that our student representative, our Inter-High Student Council, that we should be able to, maybe that might be one of the topics that you start working on, okay? Since I'm sure you guys have a lot of opinion about it, because, we're old school. We went to school without cell phones, and I got straight A's. I don't know about you, but I got straight A's. But anyway, so we'll expect to hear more from you from that. Thank you. Now, do you have your first meeting scheduled yet? Not yet? Okay, so it's still early in the game. Normally it's in October, so we'll see you in October. Okay, so Board Member Shooter, are you comfortable at this point? Okay, all right. I'm sorry, Mr. Hurd, did you want something to say about it?
Over the past several years, we went with the Big Five, and groups of us discussed this with the Governor's Committee and also our commissioner, state commissioner, and we really emphasize, you know, what's going on with our children's cell phones and the increase in violence that's going on in our schools and our buildings. It's something that has to be addressed, and wishing that the governor will act upon this, because it's hard for each individual, you know, and principal and teachers to regulate phone usage inside the classrooms, inside the buildings. And also the communication outside is really troublesome, and it's really have a huge effect on education and school and environment. So in closing this environment, you know, I wish we all maybe could write a letter and draft this and over also as from the board of the importance of this, and also work with our family groups to help push this issue here in New York State and the city of Buffalo.
Thank you. This is going to be a controversial one, I can tell you already. So without further ado, I need a motion to go into executive session to discuss matters related to the employment, history, and evaluation of a specific district employee. I see Jennifer's hand up. I see Paulette's hand, second. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, thank you. With that said, we're going to go into executive session.
It's been a long day for the staff, so the staff will be able to go home and enjoy your families as we meet in executive session.
So do you have any parting comments before you leave? No. Okay. Thank you. All right, thank you.
Right, we're back up.
The board held an executive session to discuss matters related to the employment history and evaluation of a specific district employee. No official action was taken. Board members. Board members, we have had the time to review the annual evaluation of the superintendent. And at this point, we need to move it forward. May I have a motion? Thank you. Thank you. One moment, we're just getting people in place. Okay, we're there. All right. May I have a motion to accept the annual evaluation for Dr. Tanya Williams for the year of 2023 through 2024? I saw Jennifer's hand up, and I saw Dr. Kathy Evans Brown, who is seconded. Is there any need for any conversation, any further conversation on this topic? If not, may we have a vote?
Sure. On the motion regarding the evaluation, how do you vote? Vice President Evans Brown? I did hear the yes for the record, just to note it. Board Member Hurd?
Yes.
Board Member Makosi? Yes. Board Member Rivera?
Yes.
Board Member Shuta? Yes. Board Member, or Vice President Scott?
Yeah, yes.
Board Member Woods?
Yes.
And President Belton-Common?
Yes.
It passes unanimously.
Thank you. At this point, the board would like to post for the record a statement. On Wednesday, September the 18th, 2024, the Buffalo Board of Education unanimously approved the annual evaluation of Superintendent Dr. Tanya Williams Knight at its board meeting. All areas of the evaluation were rated effective and highly effective. The board appreciates Dr. Williams Knight's continuing partnership and her focus on achieving student outcomes. We look forward to continuing to work with her to set and achieve goals in 2024-2025. We appreciate Dr. William Knight's partnership and the enormous amount of work she continues to do on behalf of the Buffalo Public School community. A summary of the evaluation is available on our website. Without further ado, thank you, Dr. Williams, for your service. Without further ado, we will do our obituaries. I understand Mr. Hurd is reading them tonight. I'm sorry, our bereavement. I'm sorry, I said obituary, so you already tell. So let's stand and.
Good evening. This is our bereavements for September 18, 2024. August 16th, Barbara Obringer, mother-in-law of Renee Obringer, a coordinator in the Arts Department. August 21st, Peter Solansky, brother of Julie Duck and Administrative Secretary in the Office of Shared Accountability. August 22nd, Hugh Bass, father of Daniel Bass, Assistant Principal at school number 355. August 26th, Pam McDermott, a substitute teacher with the Buffalo Public Schools. August 26th, Dr. Joseph Valco, retired Director of Foreign Language and Bilingual Education, father of Joanne Eston, an E&L teacher at school number 45. August 26th, Jonas Bubba Jackson Sr., grandfather of Phoenix Brown, a special education teacher at school number 99. August 28th, Jeffrey Morrison, tire school clerk, husband of Kyle Morrison, retired Director of Special Education. August 28th, Cynthia Schweider, mother of Derek Schweider, Assistant Principal at School Number 45. August 31st, Susan Thompson, Teacher Aide at Public School Number 363. And September 2nd, Deanna Clifton Belton, wife of Mark Belton, Textbook Coordinator with the Buffalo Public Schools, and Michelle Clifton, Administrative Secretary in the Athletic Department. Lastly, September 5th, Monica Cardendale, retired special education teacher from School Number 39, Martin Luther King. Please take a moment of silence. Thank you.
Without further ado, may I have a motion to conclude this meeting? I see Jennifer Hand and I see Terry Schuler. Thank you for this meeting. Good evening.